Good evening, everyone. This is the Puyallup City Council meeting for June 4th. It is now called to order. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
I want to thank everyone for coming here this evening. It's a wonderful, beautiful evening. As is tradition here, we'd like to acknowledge any youth in our audience. We have any students from any of the high schools or any other youth? Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead and identify yourself and tell us why you're here.
Hi, I'm Eleanor Richardson. I'm a student at Emerald First High School in the Puyallup School District, and I'm here to help make a stand for Pride Month.
Okay, thank you. Any other young individuals? And by the way, we do this for a reason, is because the young people will be the future leaders. We're fortunate to have some very young leaders here sitting on the council. We're very thankful for them, but we know that our future leaders come from you and from the youth in our community. So we want to be very thankful for that. So with that, I'd like to have a roll call, please, clerk.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Gillum,
Present.
Councilmember Whitting,
Present.
Councilmember Dorr,
Present.
Councilmember Adler,
Present.
Councilmember Johnson,
Present.
Deputy Mayor King,
Present.
Mayor Castema.
Present. Now comes the section where we read proclamations, and I think there are a few of you here for that this evening. Hopefully you can hear this. Pardon me, before we do that, we're going to approve the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we move on to the proclamations. With that, I'd like to first do the proclamation for Pride Month. Whereas the city of Puyallup acknowledges and takes pride in the diversity of our populace, and whereas the city of Puyallup is a welcoming and inclusive community for individuals and couples of all sexual orientations and gender identities. And whereas important rights have been established for the LGBTQIA+ community, including Supreme Court decisions that establish the right for same-sex couples to marry in all 50 states of America, and that the proclamation provided by Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 extend to the LGBTQIA+ individuals. And whereas the promise of America is that all people should be able to live with dignity and have equal rights under the law. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the City of Puyallup City Council that we recognize June 2024 as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in the City of Puyallup, and call upon all citizens to celebrate the diversity of our community and demonstrate acceptance for all persons. In witness whereof I, Mayor Jim Castama, have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Puyallup to be affixed to this 4th day of June 2024. And I'd like to have Ash Mearns and members of the Puyallup Pride, if you'd like to come forward and accept the proclamation, I'll present it to you. Right here.
Here, this is yours.
As many people as we can.
Yeah, right there. There we go. Perfect.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Keep in mind, we have 2 more proclamations, after which we'll have public comments, and then we'll take a very small break. After the public comments, we then go into the business of the council. There may not be issues that you want to be here for during that time, so that's why we'll take the small break. We can all talk to each other, and then those that want to stay on can, those that want to leave can leave at that time. So with that in mind, I'd like to now move on to the second proclamation. And Puyallup has actually been a bee city. I mean, bee as in little buzz bees that go around. We've been a bee city since 2016. And we are now, in fact, putting much more effort behind that, much more effort working with Washington State University. In fact, they have an event starting on June 15th, where they will have a group of pollinators meet at Washington State University here in Puyallup. So that's what this proclamation is about. It's about pollinators, which in essence are bees. So whereas pollinator species such as bees, birds, bats, and butterflies are essential partners of farmers and ranchers in producing much of our food supply, and whereas pollination plays a vital role in the health of our national forests and grasslands, which provide forage, fish, and wildlife, timber, water, mineral resources, and recreational opportunities, as well as enhanced economic development opportunities for communities. And whereas pollinator species provide significant environmental benefits that are necessary for maintaining healthy, biodiverse ecosystems. And whereas the City of Puyallup is a designated bee city and dedicated to pollinators conservation efforts through education and awareness and pollinators habitat maintenance and creation. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Puyallup City Council, the City of Puyallup celebrates and encourages our community to partner with us in recognizing the week of June 17th to the 23rd, 2024 as National Pollinator Week. Eyewitness thereof, I, Mayor Jim Castama, have hereunto set my hand, cause a seal of City of Puyallup to be affixed this 4th day of June, 2024. Lori Swan and Shonda Deonda, if they could come forward and receive this. You can applaud.
I just like to say thank you very much for this honor, and if anyone could make it July 15th, the Puyallup Demonstration Garden. I'm sorry, June 15th, the Puyallup Demonstration Garden. It's a free event, lots of giveaways, pollinators to take home, and if you have any questions, visit our website. Thank you so much for this honor. Sir.
You're very welcome.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Now, our third proclamation deals with Ride Transit Month and the importance of public transportation. Whereas the city of Puyallup, Washington is served by 2 transit agencies, Pierce Transit and Sound Transit, providing services by way of bus, commuter light rail, shuttle, paratransit, rideshare, and runner van. And whereas in 2023, Pierce Transit provided 6.8 million passenger trips in Pierce County. And whereas 52% of Pierce Transit riders do not own personal vehicles, and 67% have an annual income under $35,000. And whereas Move Ahead Washington, the transformative legislative transportation package passed in 2022, invests more than $3 billion in transit programs and projects, including the first in the nation Youth Ride Free program, which provides zero-cost fares to all individuals 18 years and younger. And whereas in 2024, Pierce Transit launched the Stream Community Line, providing enhanced peak bus service between Spanaway and Tacoma Dome Station, and established another runner zone, an on-demand micro transit service for a total of 6 runner zones in Pierce County. And whereas transit in Washington today reduces 371,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions per year, if all single vehicle drivers were to shift to transit, there would be a savings of 130,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions per year, about equal to 28,272 passenger vehicles driven annually. And whereas nearly 25% of Washingtonians cannot or do not drive and may rely on public transit, recent research shows that 1 in 4 adults in the United States suffers from transportation insecurity, suggesting that short of transit, millions of Washingtons would not be able to regularly move place to place in a safe, timely manner because they lack the resources necessary for transportation. And whereas transit provides essential trips and essential jobs for people of color and low-income individuals, among urban residents, Black, Latino, and foreign-born community members are more likely to take public transportation. And whereas greater transit use is associated with higher levels of physical activity, which is associated with lower health risks and better health outcomes. And whereas the city appreciates Pierce Transit close work with local jurisdictions, city planners, and staff to incorporate local growth patterns into future transit planning to increase transit opportunities for residents. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Puyallup City Council hereby proclaim June 2024 as Ride Transit Month in the city of Puyallup. Eyewitness whereof, I, Mayor Jim Castama, have hereunto set my hand and cause a seal of the city of Puyallup to be affixed this 4th day of June 2024. And if we could have Nathan DeVille, who's the Community Development Supervisor with Transit, please come forward to accept this.
Tammy, you can come up.
Buses.
Thank you very much. You'd like to say it?
Yeah. Use the podium so I can look at my notes. So good evening, Mayor Castema and council members. Thank you very much for issuing this proclamation and for recognizing the importance of public transportation in our community. Like the mayor stated, last year we provided over 6.8 million trips to riders right here in the Puyallup area and the surrounding counties. For many people, transit's nothing short of a lifeline. Transit's an effective equity tool, giving our neighbors access to jobs, education, healthcare opportunities. It helps build our economy, getting much needed employees to their jobs every day. So at Pierce Transit, we're working to provide not only traditional transit service, but like Mayor Castema mentioned, other types of service that meet the needs of ever-changing population. Those examples include the runner service and then the string community line, the South Sound's first high-capacity transit line. We're also very proud of our participation in the Youth Fare Free initiative, where young people ages 18 and under can ride free. This program was supported by passage of the Move Ahead Washington transportation package in the state legislature. Last year, Pierce Transit also launched the Orca Lift program, which provides reduced fare for low-income individuals. Thank you again for your recognition of Ride Transit Month and the important services that we and your other transportation providers offer the community. We're very grateful for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're now going to move into citizens' comments. And each citizen will have 3 minutes to go ahead and come to the podium and tell us whatever they would like, whatever's on their mind. Keep in mind, we're fairly strict about the 3 minutes, only because I have to treat everyone impartially. And so we'll give you a 30-second warning when your 3 minutes will be up, just to give you time, and then I'll politely ask you to wrap it up after 3 minutes. Again, I'll try to be as polite as possible. With that, Dan, could you please read the guidelines for public comments?
Yes, sir. This part of the meeting is for general citizen comments. Please reserve any public hearing testimony to that section of the agenda. The mayor will call on those who have provided their names in advance. Then the mayor will call for other citizens who wish to speak. For the record, please state your name and address or city council district in which you reside. Please direct your comments to the council as a whole, not individual council members. All comments are limited to 3 minutes. The clerk will provide verbal notice when only 30 seconds remain. As a reminder, this portion of the meeting is council's opportunity to hear from the community and not a time to engage in debate. Lastly, per state law, this public comment period cannot be used to speak in support of or in opposition to a ballot measure or individual candidacy, and no such comments will be allowed.
Okay, thank you. I have been a little remiss here in that I usually have, when I hand a proclamation to someone, I give them the opportunity to say a few words. I was probably overwhelmed by so many people on the first proclamation, but Ash Mearns, if you would like to make a few comments here, regarding the Pride Proclamation, feel free to come forward. If not, I'll go through the list, and if you would like to speak at the end, that would be fine too. So the first person is Ash.
I'm going to speak first.
Okay, good.
That's
The
okay.
first person we have is Penny Song.
Thanks. Hello, City Council. First, I would like to thank Julie Dorr for hearing the community of Puyallup Pride and taking action by writing a proclamation which included Puyallup Pride's request for Pride Proclamation to be adopted and read in July. So Julie, thank you for that. Aligning with Pierce County, City of Tacoma, Metro Parks, and Puyallup Tribe, we wanted to bring the City of Puyallup together with our county entities. So please, next time, please pay attention to what our request is as a community. As you can see, we filled the house, and this is really, really important to a lot of people in the city. Although the July request was not passed, nor was the community consulted, a separate proclamation was written for June and was passed. We are all grateful that some of you agreed to the proclamation in any form. I am disappointed to see yet again where discussions were being made without consideration for our community at hand. I'd like our community to stand up if you would, so we can ensure that the City Council knows that we exist. Thank you. As you may or may not know, City of Puyallup is becoming more diverse. The LGBTQIA2S+ community is growing and is becoming more visible and involved in our community, and our voices matter. This year, our third year of Pride in Puyallup, we have the largest Pride events held to date, including city businesses and community members coming together to make this the best year ever. Those events will be at the end of July, and we want to especially thank Jen and Cameron Sevens for their sponsorship of Unite Puyallup Pride 2024. All of this to say, please remember, all of you sitting in front of us today, are the voice of the people. That means all people. Whether you agree or you disagree, community, it just means everyone no matter what. Never forget, we vote and we vote loud. And no longer will there be anything about us without us. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Romich, please.
Thank you, Mayor Casima. Paul Romich, District 1. Today is a bit of a first for me. I didn't ride my bike here. I took the PT Runner. And that's because it's Ride Transit Month. And yeah, so I hope we end in a timely manner, at least break for executive session in a timely manner, because PT Runner stops service at 10 p.m. and I don't know if that means I need to be home by 10 or if I need to have my butt in the seat by 10. So yeah, well, I want to talk about overall just thanking council for acknowledging Ride Transit Month. Transit's very important for not just being an age-friendly city, but just the city in general. There is something called the Downs-Thompson paradox, where our traffic is only as good as or as bad as our transit. And demand for transportation is inelastic, but demand for modes of transportation is fairly elastic. And there's a lot of elements in play, but it's typically correlated with how we invest in our transportation network. So I encourage you to all advocate for more transportation spending when it comes to transit dollars, because that only can enhance our system. There are 7 demands of useful transit service, and I'll kind of go over these real quick with my remaining time. The first is it takes me where I want to go. Are stops and stations convenient? Puyallup, I think, is more convenient than, for example, the Sounder Station is more convenient than Tacoma's Sounder Station, which kind of puts you at the edge of downtown, and you need to kind of catch a connecting ride to get where you want to go. So great job there so far. It takes me when I want to go. Well, that's where we struggle. We both struggle in frequency and in overall span. For instance, if we have an extra long city council session tonight, I am walking home. So that's a very important element of useful transit service. 3, it's a good use of my time. Well, if your buses get stuck in traffic, there's no competitive advantage to taking the bus, so why not drive? Honestly, that's a big reason why so many folks here in America drive in the first place, is that, might as well be stuck in traffic in my own vehicle. 4, it's a good use of my money. Pierce Transit does an excellent job of providing very affordable service for
30 seconds.
money. So I want to continue applauding them on doing such a great job with that. 5, it respects me. Is it safe, clean, comfortable, right? I would say, for the most part, it's safe and clean, or safe and comfortable, but clean, it can be a little different, but car drivers are typically throwing the trash out the window instead of keeping it inside their vehicle. So there's that advantage for cars. 6 is I can trust it. Just as you can trust that your car is in the parking garage here.
Mr. Mayor, the speaker has reached 3 minutes.
We should be able to trust that our buses will arrive on time. And then 7, I think this is more of a test rather than a trait of good service, but it gives me freedom to change my plans.
Paul,
Yep.
can you wrap it up,
I'm
please?
almost done. Thank you. Transit should be seen as an extension of walking or biking, but primarily walking. And then it should be just as you shouldn't even have to think about the next stop in your transit. So thank you very much for acknowledging it and continue investing in it. Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, when you come forward, it's important that you say which district you are from in Puyallup or your address. One of those two just helps, because we are elected by districts, and it's oftentimes good to know who your particular representative is here on the council. So with that, Wendy Wright. She'd like to come forward.
go down.
We have a technical person here that
Okay,
could help
oh,
you.
Wonderful, because I'm not technical. There we go. I'm Wendy Wright. I live at 10905 144th Street East, Puyallup. I'm on the South Hill. I'm a white Christian heterosexual grandmother who supports the Pride propagation. We need to support all of our citizens for Puyallup to be a vibrant, diverse, successful city. We need to acknowledge all groups and people who have been discriminated against, marginalized, left out of the process, left out of democracy. It's time that we recognize we're in the 21st century and we have many different people from all walks of life. And just giving people a seat at the table doesn't mean you lose your seat. I support this proclamation wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Jared Richardson.
Jared Richardson, 11802 172nd Street, Court East, Puyallup. Want to get up here today and say my support for the proclamation. Mayor Casimo, you were saying about the youth being here and how important it is. My daughter Ellie, we moved here from Utah 2 years ago because my daughter Ellie, who's transgender, we felt like we weren't in a place that was safe for her anymore. The laws that were being passed there, the things that are going on in the school, made it felt like that was a place that she couldn't be anymore and be safe. And so we uprooted our whole family and came out here to Washington so we could be somewhere where she could get the care that she needs, that she could be somewhere that she feels safe. And I'm happy to say she's thriving. She's doing great. She's going to get up here and speak in a minute. I couldn't be more proud of her. And the proclamations like this aren't just lip service. It's not just saying something to make people feel better. It's important to feel seen, to be seen, to know that the government that is over you sees you and cares for you and will make sure that you're safe. And as a parent, it's nothing's more important than the safety of your children. So I appreciate the Pride Proclamation. More can be done. I think we all know that more can be done. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eleanor Richardson.
Hey, my name is Eleanor, also from 11802 172nd Street Court East, the aforementioned transgender daughter of Jared. I also wanted to come up today to state my support for this proclamation and give my statement on why it's important this year and every year coming that we give our support to people like me and all other members of the LGBTQIA+ community in Puyallup. It is more than just words to tell us that we are seen and that we can be safe here. When we lived in Utah, I was not safe. I have many friends in Utah who are not safe. I have transgender women friends who cannot be seen in public wearing a skirt or makeup with the fear of getting shot or killed. And it's disgusting, and I have to hear about it every day. So when we make proclamations to support members of the community, it means the world in ways that can't be stated by me being up here. I would also like to take some time today to give a statement about the situation in Gaza and Rafah in Palestine and public support, the community's public support to these people. I believe that all lives are equal, no matter who you are, no matter where you're from, and no matter what your situation is. And I didn't think it would be right to get up here and talk about a Pride Proclamation and my safety as a individual in America without recognizing that there are problems larger than life happening in Palestine right now. I don't mean to take a stand for any governmental position or body, but just as a way of saying that the community and the people of Puyallup know that what is happening right now is wrong, and that it needs to be stated, and that we need to stand up for these people and do all we can. I'm 15 years old. I'm a sophomore in high school. I can't make large donations and I can't, go over there and help myself, but I can stand here today and I can say that I support. That'll be all. Thank you.
Tony Kremer.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, Jim Kestema, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to come up here and as well show my support for the Pride Proclamation. I am a native born and raised here in Puyallup. I attended PHS from 2000 to 2004. I ran in and around this town for a long time, and in a time when I didn't really feel safe or seen or heard, being recognized as just a simple boy most of my life. I didn't have an opportunity to express who I was because I was reined in by certain other aspects of my upbringing. It took me having to find a community and a family that was there to support me and help me when others weren't. And I was able to discover that I was a lot more than I had been intended. I am standing here today a non-binary or gender-conforming individual, and I support that community as I am currently a title holder of the MX community, in which I am a voice for those people at this point in time. And the point, knowing in the last 12 years that I've been doing drag as an entertainer, MC, and fundraiser for many nonprofit organizations, it also saved my life. I am a survivor of numerous traumas, including drug and alcohol addiction, sexual abuse, even from as far as being the product of sexual molestation myself. Drag saved my life, gave me ability to share with other individuals that there is a chance and you don't have to let those things control you. My drag name is Delilah Delight, and that is because I want to remind everybody that even when it is the most dark in this world, that there is always delight and you can find it. And having you guys today with the proclamation giving us that ability to, at least at this moment, move forward from where we have been previously is just leaps and bounds beyond where I have been. And I just want to say thank you for that. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay, I am through with all of the requests to speak. However, I do often open it up. If there's any other individual who would like to come forward without filling one of these out, feel free to do so. If not, we will move on to the next item in the agenda. So I'm just looking out. Go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like. Okay, well, I want to thank all of you for being here this evening. We're now going to take a very short break, and this will give many of you times. I'm kind of saving you from the could be perceived as boredom, but we do have other things we're going to go into this evening. You're more than welcome to stay here for all of those, but I don't think that you'll find them that exciting. I could be wrong. But with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break, okay? Thank you.
I'm there most days. I see the white. You're a smoker? Or you like? Oh. Oh, that's the door. Oh, I thought he was gonna close it.
I'm having Dan close it.
I just thought Paul, because he knows the whole thing. I figured he looked like he was there. That could be a little scary.
Where's Dennis at?
What?
I mean, Dennis. Did you find him? Okay, thank you, members. We'll now continue with the agenda. Number 3 on the agenda is the consent one. Is there any item on the consent agenda that a council member would like to have removed for discussion at a later point? Councilmember Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if I necessarily need to pull it off unless I wanted to speak to it. If we need to pull it off to speak to it, I can certainly do that. Otherwise, I can just speak to the particular item.
Go ahead and specify it. We will move it under other business.
Okay. Let me pull it up. It would be item number 3B.
3B, okay? 3B will now go into other business. So that will be 7B. Okay, Councilmember Whitting.
I'd like to do the same with 3K.
3K. Okay, 3K will now become 7C. And we will deal with that at that point. Okay, with that, the consent agenda is now all of those items absent 3B, 3K. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Okay, moved in second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's move on to a public hearing. This is the adoption of an ordinance to extend the moratorium prohibiting the establishment of methadone clinics in all zones other than the medical zone. Katie, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Katie Baker in the Planning Division. The hearing tonight is due to a moratorium ordinance that you passed back in December. Staff had discovered a gap in our mixed use code regarding methadone clinics. And so we brought a moratorium before council so that we would have time to work with the Planning Commission to address that gap. We've held one meeting with the Planning Commission, but due to our work on the comprehensive plan that's taking up most of our time, we're asking for an extension of the moratorium so we can focus our work with the Planning Commission on the comp plan right now and bring back the code amendments later this year. Due to the timing of this, we're also asking council to suspend the rules and pass first and second reading at this meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Johnson. Oh, that's fine. Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. When we first passed this, we spent enormous amounts of time. And it's my understanding that this is a simple fix. So I'm a little bit concerned that we are at this point and asking for, we're suspending the rules and asking for another 6 months when it's a technical, at least my understanding, and I'm looking at the city attorney to see if he wants to correct me on that, but it seems like we just missed a little piece. So I will support it, but I would like to, I don't want to see the moratorium come back.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm now absent any further discussion or questions regarding this. I'm now going to open a public hearing for this. Each speaker is allowed 2 minutes. And if any member of the public would like to come forward and speak to this particular issue, please feel free to do so right now. Okay, absent anyone, I do not see anyone. We're now going to close the public hearing for citizen comments. Now, I'm going to, would like to entertain a motion to suspend council rules to waive the first reading and conduct final reading and adopt the proposed ordinance extending the moratorium prohibiting the establishment of methadone clinics within all districts other than the medical zone. And again, I would entertain that. Is there a member?
Mr. Mayor, so moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, there'll be a roll call.
Councilmember Whitting,
Aye.
Councilmember Dorr,
Aye.
Councilmember Adler,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor King,
Aye.
Councilmember Gilliam,
Aye.
Mayor Castma.
Aye. Now we'll move on to 5A, first reading of an ordinance to amend Title III and Title 20 of the Puyallup Municipal Code. Planning Manager Katie Baker will give us a presentation, on the proposed ordinance.
Thank you so much. I do have a brief presentation on this item. Tonight before you, we have a small package of code amendments for your consideration. These are relatively minor amendments, mostly in response to customer inquiries that will kick off a whole slate of code amendments that we'll have for you as the next year or so go on. So I'll go over these amendments, take any questions you have, and ask for the first reading of the ordinance. The first amendment before you is actually to Title III. This is our finance chapter. This is regarding the sales and use tax credit for affordable housing that the City Council authorized in early 2020. This is otherwise known as 1406 funds. It's a credit that supports households earning at or below 80 or 60% AMI, area median income. Earlier this year, the state legislature passed a statute that allows these funds to be used for households at or below 80% AMI when they're used for affordable home ownership. So our intent is just to amend the code to retain the existing code language, but add code language that households at or below 80% that these funds can be used for those households if it is pertaining to affordable home ownership. The next amendment is a fairly minor amendment to our single family and multifamily residential code regarding outdoor storage. Our code compliance officer has code language that deals with garbage and junk vehicles, but has struggled to enforce code or have relevant code when there are general items being stored on vacant residential lots. So these are lots without structures. Typically, the owner of the property is elsewhere, and it can be difficult to find the code that he needs to get these properties cleaned up. So we're proposing to add code language into both of those sections that prohibits outdoor storage on vacant residential lots. The next item is just kind of a minor issue in the code that's caused some confusion for applicants and for staff. We have RM core zoning in both our downtown and our South Hill areas. About 5 years ago, the code was amended regarding setbacks to apply this to properties in our RM20 zone that's within our downtown planned action area. And it's caused some confusion as to which RM core properties this is relevant to, if that's only for downtown or both downtown and South Hill. So we're proposing just a really minor amendment just to break up the language here so it's clear that it's all RM core properties. The fourth amendment has to do with facade transparency and our design regulations of our general commercial zone. Facade glazing requirements are particularly onerous in this particular zone. This is our general commercial zone where this code is actually more strict than our mixed use zones that typically have kind of a higher design standard threshold. So we're proposing to mimic the language that's already in our mixed use design code and require the glazing requirement only for the pedestrian view plane, which is defined as between 2 and 8 feet above grade. So this again would align this code with our other design standards. And the final amendment is to our daycare parking ratios. We found over the years that our daycare parking ratio is fairly prohibitive to new daycares being able to establish in the city. We've taken a look at surrounding jurisdictions, and have seen that they typically regulate parking at kind of a lower per classroom ratio. So we're proposing something consistent with that at 2 spaces per classroom, and then allowing a portion of those spaces to be used as drop-off pickup spaces. That's mostly what parents are doing. They're, coming by, dropping their kid off, and then heading off to work. It's really only the teachers and staff that are there parking all day at a daycare. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you have and ask you to conduct first reading.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. It seems pretty straightforward. I might make a motion that we accept this first reading as stated before us.
Any other questions? We have a motion on the table, actually. Does anyone wish to second that?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I have a question. Glazing is glass, correct?
Yes, glass or other transparency.
Okay,
doors. Mhm.
so go back and explain that again, please, with that context.
Sure. So our glazing requirements are that 60% of the street facing surface of a building wall, it contains glazing. Glass. The way that is currently applied is 60% of the entire facade of that street facing facade. However, in our mixed use zoned areas on South Hill, that actually only applies to the pedestrian view plane. So between 2 feet and 8 feet above grade, rather than the whole wall. So we're actually more strict in our general commercial zones than we're being in our, mixed use kind of higher design standard zones. So we're just proposing that it be consistent with what we already have adopted and focusing on that pedestrian view plane so that when you're walking next to a building, that area next to you is primarily glazing, but above that does not have to have that high percentage of glass.
Understand. Okay, are there any further questions? If not, we will go to a vote. This is first reading. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, we'll have second reading next time. Now let's move on to number 6. It's a resolution confirming appointments to various citizen volunteer boards and commissions. Dan Vessels, please, would you introduce the resolution?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on May 28th, the City Council Ad Hoc Committee met and interviewed applicants for several of our volunteer boards and commissions. That Ad Hoc Committee has recommended 2 individuals for the City Council Salary Commission and 5 individuals for the LTAC Committee. Those individuals presented for consideration to the City Council Salary Commission are Hannah Thomas and Stephanie Holmes. And for the LTAC Committee, they are Tawny Castro, Alyssa DeLong, and Jason Jesus, Dean Burke, and Carrie Yanisek.
Okay. Councilmember Dorr.
I just have a quick question, and I don't know who, Mayor, are you in charge of that committee? Are we short one recipient?
Yes.
Okay, it's a tax, interesting. Okay, move approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the resolution. Second? Is there a second?
A second.
Second.
Okay. Is there any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? This does not require roll call, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, with that, let's move on to other business. Barbara Lopez, you're front and center. We always like hearing from you. We know we're going to hear good news, right? This is the 2025-2026 biennial budget updated forecast and discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Castema. Good evening, council. No pressure whatsoever. So I'm Barbara Lopez. I'm the finance director. And yes, I will be talking to you about our 25-26 biennial budget forecast. I cannot promise that it's all good news. Not even close. So what I do want to talk about first, though, is some background information, kind of the economic outlook, refresher on our budget stability policy, a little bit more budget context, and then I'll get more into the actual forecast. And there's a couple of other topics at the end. So in keeping with my not promising that it's all great news, I did a bunch of Googling and looking and what the experts are thinking for the outlook from an economic perspective for 2024. And it kind of boiled down in my brain to mostly cloudy with some possible sun breaks. Some of the highlights of it are that, we're experiencing slow growth. We've got a little bit of rising unemployment. Inflation is easing, but it's still high, and we still have interest rates that have not changed in the last bit. So I'm going to talk a little bit about inflation, those interest rates, employment, and some consumer trends that we're seeing that impact the revenues that come into the city. So inflation in April 2024, CPI remains high. Our metric that we use for our budgeting is the Seattle Tacoma Bellevue metric, and that was at 4.4%, while the US city average is only at about 3.4%. We do trend about 3/4 to a percent higher than the national average in this area. It's important to note too that the Federal Reserve actually uses a different metric when they decide when inflation is actually low enough for them to start, reducing the interest rates. So their metric is personal consumption expenditures. That March metric was 2.7%. So while the feds are using a metric where it's actually showing a better picture and we're getting close to that 2% where they might start reducing the interest rates, the metric we actually use for our budget is much higher, and we still have a larger impact. The final metric that we would use for the 2025 and 26 budget, we won't know that one specifically until the middle of July when it comes out. Some of the drivers of inflation, well, goods themselves are actually mostly back to pre-pandemic levels. It's in the services area that's still pretty high. Housing, utilities, healthcare, insurance. Some of those are thought to be some lingering forces still from the pandemic, but it's expected to clear out eventually. But again, there's no crystal ball. No one really knows when. So inflation is still high. Interest rates, obviously they're still high. And so those costs remain high for mortgages, loans of any type and other borrowings, which is, starting to, people aren't wanting to take on that level of interest. So those types of purchases are not on par with what they had been. And based on the higher inflation, it's not likely, experts are kind of agreeing that it's not likely that there will be significant interest rate cuts this year. Maybe something towards the end of the year, but not really earlier than that. In unemployment, job growth and hiring, it still is pretty healthy, although both are actually beginning to slow in terms of growth. And they are actually starting to see unemployment rates starting to trend up a little bit, up about 1% from last year, both in Washington State and in Pierce County, just in general. One of the things, though, is that the feds are trying to do is, have jobs and low inflation going on at the same time. And that unemployment rate trending up a little bit isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's not necessarily a great thing either. Consumer trends, just in general, obviously people are using credit cards more to buy essentials. With inflation, that's what some folks are needing to do, which means that then they end up paying more of their income to pay debt, auto loans, credit cards. And delinquencies are actually rising for those types of purchases, delinquencies in those. More consumers are actually anxious about the future too. So they're less optimistic about their financial situation, and they've got a higher perceived likelihood of a recession over the next 12 months. While the experts are saying that they don't think that there's going to be a recession, obviously nobody knows for sure, but the public perceives that, and that impacts how they spend. So it's not a great picture for us since we are heavily dependent on sales tax. Many of these factors contribute directly to folks not wanting to spend money on especially bigger ticket items. They're limited more to essentials as opposed to maybe some of those other things that they've wanted to do. So again, mostly cloudy with some possible sun breaks. It's not all bad news, but it certainly isn't what we would want it to be. So then just a bit of a reminder of our budget stability policy. It was adopted well before I got here, and it outlines parameters for how we develop our general fund operating budget. It talks about how we pick the numbers for what we say we're going to get for our core revenues, which are things like sales tax, property tax, permitting revenues, all sorts of different kinds of revenues. So the policy outlines that we develop those at the line item level. So we look at each one of them individually rather than trying to take aggregates of things. The policy stipulates it's generally the lesser of the last 2 full years of known amounts. So for us, that would be 22 and 23 is what we would use for 2025. Sales tax is generally the lesser of those two amounts, inflated by 3% per year. I will speak to that a little bit more later because that's not really how that's panning out right now. Property tax, we estimate the actual levy amount that we think will be levied and then true that up later on when the county sends us information. If there's tax rate changes, we put those in, but then we're pretty conservative on how we estimate any new revenues. So that's how the policy says that we do the revenues. And the expenditures are broken out into 3 tiers. Tier 1 are like our core services. It's it's all the operating things that are in the budget. Police department, parks department, different departments, finance, HR, all of those different services that are core to the running of the city. Paying debt service, and then a transfer for street maintenance. Those are our core services as defined by the policy. Tier 2 are capital needs, which is, replacement of end-of-life vehicles, computers, and other equipment. And then some previously paid off debt service reallocated to pay-as-you-go type street capital and radio replacements. So that's tier 2. So revenues need to cover tier 1 first, then we look at covering tier 2. And then if there's anything left over, that's the tier 3 and the one-time uses. Council's target is 15% to have in general fund reserves, so that once that is in place, which it is, and it has stayed that way, the remainder could then go to one-time uses. So that's kind of the highlights of the budget stability policy and how it relates to developing the general fund budget. The next piece that I wanted to do is give just a little bit of context of what we've seen over the last 4 years that has really impacted the city's ability to be sustainable, obviously, moving forward. So over the past 4 years, from 2021 through 2024, our taxes and taxes are up about 2.7 million, but permitting services are down about 1.4 million. Again, people aren't wanting to build new houses and develop those big things because the sales tax and interest rates, the interest rates are higher. So if you look at the change for 21 through 24 on the revenues, they've gone up overall about $1.3 million, which is a substantial amount. It's about 2.3%. However, our expenses over that same time frame have gone up $10.8 million, which is nearly 25%. We all know from our own budgets that kind of a ratio really doesn't work well for long term. And that is something that we will need to address within the 25 and 26 budget. Salaries and benefits are up. Nearly 70% of that's due to the inflation impacts on COLAs over the last few years because inflation's been so high. And then we did need to do a medical insurance rate increase in 23. And property and liability insurance has gone up hugely over the last few years. So we've had some huge increases in our expenses while our revenues have not kept pace. So that's a foundational piece for what you'll see moving forward. The other piece that I want to provide you is just a little bit about what is being what I'm projecting right now for 2024. We've got a few revenues that are impacted by the current economic conditions. Sales tax is a big one. There's a lot of numbers on here, but the gist of this is that I'm projecting right now that we will be under our budget amount for sales tax by about $1.6 million by the end of the year. That's actually down from even last year, and last year was down from the year before. Permitting services, again, those are down from last year by about 455, or under budget by about $455,000. The only bright spot is interest earnings, those high interest rates, but to the extent that we have money in earning interest, we are actually getting more than we have in the last few years. So it's about $500,000. So sales tax and permitting are down, but interest earnings are up. But as soon as those rates, as soon as the Fed start reducing those interest rates, it'll be harder for us to make that interest income. So for 2024, if we factor in what I'm expecting for revenues, by the end of the year, we would still have general fund reserves of about $8.9 million, which is just over 15%. So we're okay. I think we're going to be okay for 2024. That doesn't necessarily mean moving forward into 25, it's still it's not a rosy picture, but at least we're okay for 24. One of the things that I wanted to mention about the general fund reserves, I get asked about that occasionally. You know, it's like, what really is that? Is it a savings account? Well, it's partly a savings account. It's, you know, monies that we build up to, you know, have to rely on in bad times, but it's also partly an insurance policy against some of those unexpected circumstances that happen, you know, to help cover a revenue shortfall if needed or an unanticipated cost. So reserves are important to have. Council's policy is between 8% and 15% of revenues for that particular year to have that amount in reserves, and we are at the top end of that. But again, it's part insurance policy as well. So that's where we are for 24. So then the revenue forecast. So you'll probably remember some of this from the council retreat. What I did do this time is I also added 27 and 28. The further out that you go, the more you know, the more assumptions that you have to make and the more time that goes by in between, things can happen. But this is what the forecast looks like right now. I'm not going to read every single line to you, but what a couple of things that I do want to point out is for property tax, the forecast for all years assumes that we are taking the 1% allowable increase by law, which is about $100,000 a year total. And then sales tax. For right now, I've got a placeholder in for 2025 that matches. So 2025 forecast matches the 2024 budget. I'm not entirely confident that that isn't a little bit too high. So I'll keep looking at that over the next couple of months as we're actually developing the budget itself. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about that coming back up quickly enough. The rest of everything else is pretty standard. Permits are down a little bit, but most everything else is actually on par with what's expected. So at the end of the day, adding up those forecasts, the general fund revenue budget for 25 is like 0.1% higher than 24's budget. That it's just a very small amount. And then over the next 3 years, it's kind of an average of about 2% increase each year. So very, very modest increases in expected revenues at this point. For expenditures, so the big one for us are the salaries and benefits. Based on the fact that our April CPI metric was 4.4%, I'm projecting that it might come down a smidge more before July, and that 4.2 might be a good number to plan for salary and benefit, or for the salaries increase on there. So again, we won't know that until July. The original forecast that you saw in at the council retreat, I had 3.5. Everyone was thinking that the CPI was going to be coming down a little bit quicker, but it just hasn't. So that's our largest expense. We will also need to do medical insurance premium increase in most of those years to try to make sure that we're covering those. Again, inflation has hit the medical industry pretty hard. So at the end of the day with those, our expenses are growing by 5.7% projected to, and then roughly, but around 2.5% to 3% in the remaining years. That bottom line, the revenues over under operating expenses, basically shows you that in 25, 20, and 26, just taking the revenues minus these operating expenses, we break even. We have a smidge left over, but we break even. But if you extrapolate that out to 27 and 28, those numbers go negative. The revenues are not keeping pace with the projected expenses, which is something that concerns me. But there are other things that go into our budget as well, or that come out of our budget as well. So the top part of this slide is just a recap of what you saw for total revenues and expenditures, to just kind of keep that fresh in your mind. Usually, we also transfer monies out of the general fund to support other things. Debt service, we need to pay City Hall debt service. That's a contractual requirement. The good news is that our last payment on that is in 2026. We pay out monies for street maintenance. There's some street capital. This is what we've done in the past. If we continue to do what we've done in the past, the 25-26 biennium is expected to be about $7.3 million short of being able to meet for expenses more than our revenues. And that is consistent then too for 27 and 28, even without, having City Hall debt in there. We've got that paid off in 27 and 28, and we're still out of balance with that. So this is what our normal, typical, usual funding would look like. But then there's a modified funding that we could do as well. So if we modified it to just those things that we really have to do, this is the picture up now, where each year would be 4.4 million in the hole or 4.7 million in the hole. All we would do is the City Hall debt service, the street repair and maintenance monies that the general fund contributes, and then we would add back in the left one retiree benefits in 27 and 28. Street capital is tier 2 expense, so we would just eliminate that, or could just eliminate that. And then the left one, the fire pension and the radio replacements, they have some fund balances that we could use frugally and be okay for a little bit, just to try to help balance this budget. But again, it is not balanced. And so that is the work that we will end up needing to do over the next few months, is to figure out how to make it balance. As a municipal government, our budget is required to balance. We're required to have enough revenues and resources to cover what we're planning on spending. So we will definitely be looking at that. The only ways of balancing this budget are either adding revenues, reducing expenses, or a combination of the two. So we'll be looking very closely at that over the next few months. And then two other final topics, lodging tax for 25 awards is $765,800. Policy says that it's calculated at 45% of 2023 tax collections. Those collections were just over 1.7 million. So there will be 765,800 available for 25. And then tier 3, there's still 5.6 million that's unallocated. I'm not expecting to have any additional monies to add to that because of shortages in sales tax and permitting revenues. And with that, I'm available for questions or any other feedback that you have.
Councilmember Gillian.
Thank you so much for the very upfront information received. Cloudy with some sun breaks in there. I really appreciate that analogy. It sounds like we need to get our permitting process streamlined.
It may not be about the process itself. It may just be the things that are in the pipeline. I haven't talked with the staff to find out for sure. But with interest rates high, construction costs are high. That could very easily just mean that there's fewer things in the pipeline.
Right, but we can use this time to streamline so that when the price comes down, the ARP goes down, then we can get moving quickly.
I would defer to our development and permitting services director on that one, but I'm certain that they are looking at all avenues.
Very good. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Adler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions from me. I just wanted to say thank you, Barbara. This was very thorough and very easy for my pea brain to digest. I appreciated your comments in the beginning about crystal balls. I worked for someone for a long time that often said, those who live by the crystal ball are condemned to eating glass. So I appreciate your straightforwardness and helping us understand what's at stake here. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Whitting.
You know, I'd just like to point out that in a time where we've had some pretty steep inflation, you know, you're projecting 4% plus and 3% in future years. And when our property taxes are limited to 1% increases by the state legislature, that puts us in, that's going to result in a shortfall. So, you know, that with each passing year, that division becomes greater, and I'll get my mic closer so you can turn the sound down. So you know, that's a challenge for city governments to work in this environment where we see costs going up and revenues are constrained, and with the economy doing what it's doing, you know, we've relied on our sales tax base to make up for our property tax base for some time, but now we've got the hole in our property tax base that's been getting bigger year by year, and sales are down as we try and combat inflation. So that compounds our difficulty. So this is going to be a challenging couple of years here, and we're going to have to be creatives. And I appreciate your effort on this and this early appraisal of where we are, and so we understand what our job is in the months ahead. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Barbara, I know you haven't looked, I mean, you're so busy with our books, as you should be, and loyal to our books, but I've heard some chatter, and I haven't looked at the books, but just from chatter, I'm assuming it's semi-reliable. But how is Puyallup doing financially compared to other municipalities, at least in Pierce County? How are we in terms of the weather compared to them? Because I've heard on some nearby municipalities, they're not cloudy with sun breaks. They're in like a monsoon flood, lahar stuff going on. So when we look at it perspective, if I'm seeing correctly, we're actually pretty bright sunny sky compared to what others are facing. Is that assessment fairly accurate?
I think every jurisdiction is a little bit different. And yes, I would say every jurisdiction is struggling right now. So the economy is mostly cloudy with a chance of sun breaks, but our budget is not good. I feel like it's creeping more towards the monsoon. A $4 million hole for a 2-year budget, that's a lot to fill.
Yeah.
That's a lot to figure out.
Yeah. But I guess, again, I'm trying to find the glass half full. I certainly want to do that, but I've heard of other municipalities loosely that 4 million, they'd be grateful to have a $4 million loss. I mean, they're talking massive amounts more.
Could certainly be worse for us.
But I
Yes.
mean, other municipalities, do you have any data that shows other municipalities and what they're facing? Yeah, I'd be just curious. I think I've heard one particular city nearby that is having some mammoth stuff. They would beg to have a $4,000 deficit or $4 million deficit, but they're having like multiple millions and it's not even close. So as much as we certainly are concerned about it, and I am concerned, but I think compared to other jurisdictions, I think Pullup's in a fairly better place than even other cities here in Pierce County. So I take optimism in that. I do like Councilmember Gilliam's perspective, and it's interesting because not to digress a little bit, but I think as we get through the storm, which we want to do, and we will get through the storm because we've been through bigger storms before as a city. It'd be wise to think about when this does rebound, are we poised to get caught up quickly with some economic development and let the floodgates come in of prosperity. So whatever we can do as a city to be preparing for that surge and incentivize to see that come back would be really wise. And I'm sure city staff is aware of it, but I think that's a great perspective to make sure are we ready for the resurgence of a bounce back economy when on a national basis or a regional basis, we're ready for that we are actually have our doors open and ready to poise those funds coming our way. And so I really appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is going to be an unusual request, but I would like to have actual copies of your presentation in the boxes of all the council members. I know they received this electronically, but I think they need to carry this with them. I say that because I come from a world where financial information is the most valuable information a person can get. In fact, believe it or not, it's kept from most people, the real fine financial information, because they want decisions to be made on high and you just to vote yes. And what you've given us here today is a great learning tool of how we learn how the budget breaks down. So I'd like every copy to, every council member to carry that around, including myself, and becoming very familiar with it. Also, keep in mind that 11% of the property tax bill that is out there, 11% goes to the city of Puyallup. That's it. Okay. So the rest goes to the county, goes to school district, goes to the state, goes to the fire. Only 11% of your property tax bill. Councilmember Whitting, you were absolutely correct. In the last 7 years, that portion of your property tax, okay, the property tax within that 11%, okay, and that's the entire budget of the city of Puyallup, has only gone up 4.2%. That's it, your property tax in Puyallup, our portion of it. Now, I can't say that for the fire, I can't say that for the county, I can't say that for the state, but the city's portion has gone 4.2% in the last 7 years. And inflation, according to my calculations, has been 28%. So Councilmember Redding, you're absolutely correct that we've kind of had a very tight budget, but we've been very fortunate. We've had enough that we could put it aside, save it for a rainy day. I just think that rainy day is coming. Now, as to Councilmember Johnson, your comment about other cities, I was talking to a mayor who said they are looking at laying off 10% of their workforce.
Yeah.
That they are in such a situation that they don't see any way out. And again, 10%. So Those are just my comments. But again, I'd like everyone to receive actual copies of these. Councilmember Johnson, do you want to make a comment or are you?
I did, yeah. So there's one question I forgot to mention.
Okay,
And thanks
okay.
for reiterating, Mayor, about other cities and what they're facing. And again, we're going to get out of this, but we're in a better spot than the other cities in terms of the deficits they're facing. So Barbie, you mentioned something very interesting, and I kind of don't remember the verbiage. Maybe if I give you some hints, you might be able to repeat it again. But you said that we had to have we were kind of mandated to operate in a what was that? A positive nature or whatever. We have to
We're required to have a balanced.
balanced budget. Yeah. Is that required for the state?
I believe so. I believe it's
It
only
is.
the federal government that doesn't have to have a balanced budget.
Okay.
That's correct.
So the state has to do it as well, and the city.
States, counties, cities,
Yeah.
we're all required to have a balanced budget.
Federal government can print money. That's how they go into debt.
And they seem to do that pretty
sell
well,
bonds.
don't they? They seem to, I was thinking if they had a balanced budget, we might, be in a pretty better shape here. I think they're talking trillions of hemorrhaging and trillions. Anyway, that's great that we have to do that. And I hope that trickles up to the federal government too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Whitting.
I'd just like to add another comment. We are so fortunate here in Puyallup to have a really robust commercial base. We've got car dealerships, we've got South Hill Mall, we've got the fair. Our sales tax revenues are the envy of most other communities in Pierce County. So we have been really blessed with that and have depended on that. But because of that, we are very dependent on our sales tax revenues. So when the economy is suffering, it has a disproportionate impact on us because we depend on it so heavily. So again, I think we need to. The other thing about sales tax is it's a really regressive tax. The low income folks spend the bulk of their income, and more wealthy folks spend a lower percentage of their income to be taxed. So it is a regressive tax, and I think we would do well to try and reduce our dependence on our sales tax, despite the fact that it is really important to our city, and we want to encourage more of it, but we need to be cognizant of our other sources of income as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Whitting. Councilman or Deputy Mayor King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You had touched a little bit on interest rates with housing being an issue, and being that interest rates are hovering right around 7%, that national 30-year average is about 6.3%. So it's not incredibly too high. However, interest rates do come down when unemployment goes up, as we know. And so we don't typically see that right now, but with unemployment coming up, it seems that interest rates might be coming down over the next year. But again, those that look into the crystal ball, I think is what my colleague to my right had said, we chew glass. And so we don't have that crystal ball. I think could potentially be 2026. We don't know. But with that said, I think it would behoove us if we looked into trying to stimulate our own city economy through revisiting our expedited permit processing to try to get more builders in our community to be able to do things that we might not typically see. So I just want to put that on everybody's radar. I think that would be very beneficial to our city. Thank you. And great job.
Thanks.
Even though it's not the best time to come up to the podium. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions? If not, we'll now move on to the next item. Thank you, Barbara, for that presentation. We're going to now revisit what was on the consent agenda, 2 items. 7B, which it was 3B, which is to accept the Metro Animal Dog Run project as complete. And that's 7B. Councilmember Johnson, you're the ones that made the request. Would you like to tee this one up?
Yeah, I'd just like to speak to this. So I want to, first of all, thank council for I had proposed that we provide this dog run for the Metro Animal Shelter. I think it's been about a little over a year, I think, something like that. And council approved it with this tier 3, which is a one-time money. I don't know if anybody's been up to the Metro Animal Shelter as of recent or ever, but if you do, and you take a tour behind the doors and you see where the cats are being housed in these crates, and then you go where the dogs are, and they're in basically a concrete floor slab with chain link walls and echo chamber. And they're, of course, dogs are excited to see people and they're desperate, they're scared, and they bark. And the sound, it is just atrocious. The echo of the barks in there, it's just, our ears are not as attuned to a dog. So imagine the barking in the concrete jungle for days, weeks, months, however they're there. And also it went out back and said, well, where do the dogs run? And in the back of the facility, there's, again, I don't remember the size, but I'm just going to speculate, and I could be off a couple of feet. It was a concrete slab for a dog run that was probably, I'm going to say roughly 6 feet wide by, let's just call it 10 feet, 12 feet, whatever, a little rectangle. And it wasn't in the sun. It was under a canopy, and that's where the dogs would go run in this back and forth, basically an oversized crate. And then I looked and saw all this property to the I think it would be the east side of the deal. I said, why don't we put a dog run there that was go 100 feet, and it's outdoors and fresh air. And so I want to thank council for doing that. It's now completed, and now they have over probably 100 feet with a 6-foot fence and some nice bark, and they can run on and get some fresh air and smell and sniff. And but I would encourage folks, it's not enough, right? I mean, that's a start. I'm grateful for it, but I would kind of compare the Metro Dog Shelter in the current age condition very similar to like our jail over here. It's kind of a little bit rough and crude, and it's functional. I guess the only empathy that I have is that, folks that are in jail is because they've had bad behavior, and as long as they're being humanely taken care of, I mean, that's just kind of the condition. It's not the, Holiday Inn hotel. But dogs, they didn't do anything wrong. Most of them are there because they're lost, they're scared, they've been abandoned. And here they are in this small, in a sense, some kind of prison concrete jungle. And it doesn't seem right that dogs who are scared and don't know where their owner is, and they've had some trauma or abused or run away, that we would house them in a situation like that. There's just nothing about that makes me happy or proud of as being kind of part of a region of cities in the Metro Animal Shelter that has a facility like that. That being said, I'm excited for the dog run. I think that's going to be an improvement, but I do think there are about approximately, and I was going to guesstimate, there's probably 5 or so other municipalities that partner with us. So it's not just Puyallup. I think Sumner and other Orting and other cities pool in, and they share this Metro. I'd like to see some folks raise up a steering committee that could look at possibly putting out a bond for the 5 regional municipalities to fund a new shelter that would be much more conducive to animals and the temporary condition that they're in. But anyway, that's a side note. But main thing is I want to thank council for this tier 3 funding. I want to thank staff for getting this completed. And I do believe that the dogs and animals deserve that. And I hope that they're able to enjoy it in a way that gets them out of that concrete shell long hours of the day. And with that being said, if there's no other questions, I'd like to open it up as a motion to approve, but we're certainly open, Mayor, to other comments on that.
Councilmember Adler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am grateful that our colleague pulled this out to elevate it and to have discussion. I since joining council earlier this year, have often thought about the Metro Animal Shelter and have said to myself multiple times, but unfortunately have not acted upon it. I have said to myself, I need to go. and spend some time there, although I'm afraid I would probably leave with an animal, and I already have 2 dogs. And I don't know, and I don't like to ask these questions or make these requests without doing my due diligence. But if Metro or whomever can perhaps come at a future council meeting and provide an update. I mean, I think, you know, what you shared, Councilmember Johnson is pretty accurate, and there's not much more to be said, but I would be interested in a more formal update, unless that's something that has just passed or perhaps is on the docket for the future. I think almost everyone sitting up here has a dog. I know, Councilmember, you lost your dog recently. In July of last year, I had adopted a senior Cavalier King Charles from a rescue, and she turned out to be deaf, part blind, and as of 3.5 weeks ago, a full blown rather diabetic that now has to have 8 units of insulin given to her twice a day. And you know, it is really overwhelming to know how many pets are out there that go to our rescues and humane societies, etc. And I'm really grateful that we have this service in our community. But you know, I would appreciate an opportunity in the future just to perhaps have a little bit more formal update on the shelter and you know, what our resources that go towards that, and along the lines with our other municipalities that join with us. And I do appreciate that, again, all of my colleagues up here, I know you to individually be pet lovers. And I very much appreciate that. So the rescues are great. We're very fortunate to have them. It's just too bad that there's just so much demand. It's really mind blowing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent recommendation. We need a second on that motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to actually approve 3B, or now it's 7B. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Okay, now let's move on to what was formerly called 3K. And by the way, Councilmember Adler, I didn't ignore that last request. I hope city management, could you take note of that? We will have that presentation, and you know, I thank you for that recommendation. Okay, now it is 7C, which used to be 3K. Our attorney will go ahead and will apprise us of that. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So what this is tonight is it's a request for approval for my office to obtain a warrant, what's called a warrant of abatement for a property at 1601 8th Street Southwest. It involves going to Superior Court, filing a complaint, and beginning a lawsuit essentially to obtain that. And it will allow us then to go on the property and remediate this property. It also would authorize city staff to hire someone to demolish the building. What we have here, well, first of all, in January of 2023, the city council passed Ordinance 3271, which is established an unfit dwellings, buildings, and structures code for the city of Puyallup. And this was in response to requests from council members for code compliance to do something with regard to a number of derelict buildings in the city. At the time we brought this ordinance to you, there were 6 properties identified. The one that we're discussing tonight was one of those properties. Of the 6 properties, one, the code compliance officer sent notice of this new law to all of these property owners immediately after it passed.
And one of the property owners immediately remediated their property, just upon knowing what the process was and the code that was now in place. So that left us with 5. Since then, the code compliance officer has been able to get voluntary compliance with 2 more of those properties. So we now have a success rate of 3 out of 6. And this is largely due to the tremendous efforts of Shane Perrin, the code compliance officer, and the former development services director, Jeff Wilson. They did quite a bit of work behind the scenes on this to get us to this point. So now we have orders to all three of the remaining properties that have been issued through the administrative process, telling them to clean up their properties, to demolish their buildings. And they've ignored that. And this property that I'm before you tonight on is 1601 8th Street Southwest. This property has a very long history. As you can see, if you looked at the report, staff report that was prepared for the administrative process. But since 1987, this property has been on our radar. And to give you a concept of how long ago that was, I was a teenager at the time. And that's probably saying something. And they've tried over and over and over again to attempt to get this property cleaned up. And we just haven't either had the tools or the will at the various times that this has come about. So we're ready to do something about it. I have the petition, the complaint drafted. We'll file it later this week or next week if council approves the request that we have before you tonight. You know, there is some fiscal impact. Just the initial filing is $240 with the Superior Court. I hadn't filed a lawsuit in a while, and so I had to look up the amount, and it's gone up a little bit since the last time I filed I do mostly respond to lawsuits on behalf of the city. I don't very often at all file lawsuits on behalf of the city. So that we have that expense, we'll have to serve the individual, the owner. That will have some costs. I'm trying to handle it with city staff. So basically myself. And if we can do it and in a fairly streamlined version, I hope not to have to hire outside legal counsel. But if it got complicated and I just didn't have the time to pursue it, it could be $5,000 to $25,000 for a more drawn out legal operation. That's unlikely to be the case in my estimate in this case. And then finally, to demolish the residence, most recently it's cost us between $20,000 and $25,000 to demolish a residential home on residential home on residential property. That could easily be as much as $50,000 if we run into asbestos or hazardous materials of some sort. So I just want you to be aware of what we're doing and what we're starting by going down this road. Once we file the complaint, we have an obligation to move forward with it and to prosecute it in a timely manner. So that's what's before you tonight. I'm happy to answer any other questions or any questions you have.
Councilmember Whitting.
You know, I pulled this off the consent agenda just because I thought it was worthwhile discussing, and I appreciate Attorney Beck's report on this. But I wanted to commend the council. City code didn't have the teeth to deal with this kind of an issue until we passed that code 3271. So that was our good work. This building has never been inhabited. It was moved into the city from another location. It is not structurally sound. It doesn't sit on a foundation properly. It has no windows, has never had any windows, and it's been in a neighborhood for since 1987. So the neighbors have had to put up with this for a long, long time. So I am just so happy that we've reached this point on this project, and I appreciate the report on the other ones. We had a property that up in 25th, up in 3rd District that had a family of raccoons living in it that would confront the neighbors and were quite aggressive. We got that one taken care of. There was another one off Shaw Road that's been upgraded and improved. So this code has been good for our city, I believe. But when property owners don't take responsibility for their properties, then we owe it to our citizens to take action. And this is action that's long overdue in my mind. And the sooner we can get it done, the better. Thank you. And I move approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. We'll continue discussion. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Joe, on the process, before we get to the process, can I ask, in this specific institute of where you're filing on this specific residence, have there been any response or dialogue from the property owner? Or has it just been absolutely silent? I don't need to get to the details, but I mean, are they aware? Are they voicing some thoughts or in cooperation, or I mean anything? Or is it radio silence?
My understanding is they're aware.
Okay.
I believe this property owner may have even showed up to the administrative hearing.
Okay.
I believe I remember Shane Perrin telling me that.
Okay.
But they've certainly had notice and opportunity to be involved and to respond, and over a long number of years, they have just chosen at every turn. They were issued $40,000 in civil infraction at one point. They never responded to and never showed up to court to contest.
Okay.
So they've got a long history of not engaging the process.
So let's talk about a hypothetical response or process. Let's say that you file this suit and the process gives us favor to be able to take control of it. Would we at the city at that point become in a sense, quasi owner and end up doing a demolishing and then the sale of the property, and then any proceeds would get paid back minus expenses to the property, so they're at least made whole on whatever profit margin there is? Or give me an idea of what the process is.
So the process is we would obtain a warrant, what's called a warrant of abatement, which would give us authority to go on the property and demolish the building and clean it up.
Okay.
We would then seek a judgment in Superior Court, and I would then file that with the county assessor's office, and it becomes a lien against the property.
Okay.
Well, it's a lien through the judgment process, but it becomes a lien against the property that when the property is then foreclosed on for tax purposes, we would also collect it that way. So there'll be several ways to collect. Under a judgment lien, we could foreclose on the property. Under a tax lien, we could wait and let the county do that. We'll just see.
Yeah, but I guess if in that process, whichever way it goes, let's just say in the eventual sale of it, whether it be through the foreclosure or whatever, through the county or the city, and let's just say that the fair market value, whatever the public would pay for that, there's proceeds that be exchanged, in the process at that point, in that scenario, is that we would made whole on any of the expenses that we've had up to that point, and any remainder would go to the property owner as kind of their profit.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't lose everything. They would at least gain everything out of it, minus the expenses that we had to do up front to clear it out, so that they're not out 100%. It's not like it's a taking.
No, it's not a forfeiture, it's a foreclosure.
Yeah. Okay. So there's 37 years is a pretty good time to try to respond. And so after 37 years, it's appropriate, more than appropriate, to take action and to help get the right thing done. And I even, as much as I wish that it didn't have to happen, but as Councilmember Whitting stated, there is a community obligation that I think is there, and patience certainly has had its day. But in the worst case scenario of a foreclosure and sale, it comforts me to know at least that the homeowner will get some resources in excess after expenses, so they're not out zero. It's not like they get zero. So, you know, in a tough situation, at least there's something they walk away with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe, for the overview. I had told the city manager I wanted to pull this as well. Not just because, as you said, we don't generally institute lawsuits against constituents, and this being the first time, I wanted people to understand what the process was. So thank you for all your work on it and just making the public aware. Appreciate it.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to go ahead and to approve this, what was 3K, which is now 7C. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, again, no roll call on this. We're now going to move on to the city manager's report. Steve?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Castema. We do have an executive session tonight, so I will keep my comments brief. Just a couple matters. First of all, your next meeting next week, Hans Hunger, the city engineer, will be back to provide a follow-up on the sewer incentives, the discussion that you had a couple meetings ago. We'll have a presentation by the Public Works Department on some energy efficiency programs and savings that they've implemented out at the treatment plant. And there will also be a presentation by our Parks and Rec Director, Cody Geddes, on a partnership that the city is looking to enter into with the Puyallup School District and the Chamber of Commerce around youth internships. And then the other item, I'd like Chief Engel, if he could, Mr. Mayor and Council, if you don't mind, there was a Code Red announcement that went out and also a press release, but there is something that I'd like Chief Engel just to brief the council and the community on regarding the unfortunate incident that occurred back in February near Sam Peach Park. So if Chief Engel could just provide a brief update on that. Thank you.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Thank you, City Manager Kirkley, Mayor Castema, members of council, Scott Engel Police Department. I'm relieved to report that this morning, with the assistance of our SWAT team and a SWAT team based in King County, we were able to serve warrants for the arrest of 3 individuals responsible for the homicide of a female near Sam Peach Park back in February. This is a great case of police work that started in our patrol division with very astute and alert police officers who attempted a traffic stop on a vehicle that ended up fleeing. We were not able to pursue, but that vehicle ended up crashing a short distance away. And an officer on that scene put 2 and 2 together very quickly, and that gave detectives a real good jumping off point. Our detectives, once the homicide occurred back in February, frankly, worked day and night for a number of weeks chasing leads, which help us develop some information about who we might be looking for. I'm proud of our officers and our detectives at the Puyallup Police Department. They brought and are going to bring justice for a victim for a senseless act, for an individual that had the rest of her life ahead of her. And it also speaks to the tenacity of our officers to ensure that the law means something in Puyallup, and that we have something happen, our folks go all in, and they give every single last bit of their energy and attention to find justice for victims, and hopefully provide a little bit of peace and comfort to the loved ones who are left behind. The police work in this case, I will tell you, is one that I will look back on with extreme proudness for our people who really, truly did not give up in this case, and frankly, in a very quick manner, identified suspects and had them in custody. So thank you, City Manager Kirkley, for allowing me to highlight this, and to the men and women of the Puyallup Police Department who truly went above and beyond in this one.
I have a question. Police Chief Engel. First of all, there was a meeting that was held by that neighborhood because of that incident. And by the way, they have put out kind of a memorial to that young lady who was killed. The neighborhood has taken this really fairly hard. And there was a meeting at the Puyallup Library. Councilmember Adler, Councilmember Gilliam were there. And that community was just very shocked that this would happen, and went to establish a neighborhood watch program. I believe they're in the process of doing that, may not have completed that. But at that meeting, it was mentioned that there may be a follow-up meeting or some way to communicate to those citizens, because I think, to tell you the truth, that many people think that after that, it's typical that no, there is no follow-up. But the fact of the matter is we do follow up on these. And I think it would be just a very important issue for us to get word to those individuals. Can you tell us how we will do that?
Thank you, Mayor Castema, for the question. In today's messaging via Code Red, our social media sites, and all of the other ways that we tried to reach out to people today, we did alert the community that there will be a community meeting next week. Date and time and location yet to be determined, but I suspect that will be firmed up, if not tomorrow, the following day. But we will be meeting with the community next week to update them and keep our promise of communication and transparency to them and provide them an update on the arrests that occurred today in the case as much as we can update them next week. But absolutely, we will be meeting with the community again next week.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for that. Any other questions that members have? If not, I want to thank you.
Thank you.
City Manager, are we through with the report?
Yeah, I just was gonna just real quick on the Metro Animal Services, just for council and for the public's perspective. First of all, I want to acknowledge Kelton Parker, who is the engineer who worked on that dog run on the staff side. And council, thank you for approving that in the Tier 3 funds. For Metro Animal Services, and yes, Councilor Adler absolutely will have a presentation on that. Just so you all know, council, we have begun meeting, the police chief and I have begun meeting with Sumner monthly. In fact, we have a meeting tomorrow morning at Sumner. And why the police chief and I are meeting with Sumner is Sumner operates Metro Animal Control Services. We own the property that they operate the shelter in. Their police department operates it. So they actually run the shelter and they are struggling. You know, they are seeing the cost of inflation is impacting them. Staffing is impacting them. And the cost of veterinary services has gone up dramatically. And it's not just Metro, it's also Pierce County Humane Society and many other shelters, in part because during the pandemic, you know, several people adopted animals and then post-pandemic decided they didn't want to keep them. And so a lot of these shelters received a significant amount of animals. And so it's a real challenge. And so it is something tomorrow, in fact, we're meeting with Sumner, Lakewood, and Tacoma to try to look at some potential regional approach to it. But more than happy to have Metro come and do a presentation on it. So that's the extent of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve Kirkley. Now let's move on to council reports, and I want to kind of mix it up, surprise it a little bit here. Deputy Mayor King, you're going to kick us off this evening.
Oh, are you in for a surprise now? I got time to make up from last time, so I got my list of events happening here. And I'm going to try to do every single one so no other council member can say an event is coming up. All right, June, the Meeker Days is coming up on the 14th and 16th, coming up with Summer Con at the fairgrounds. 21st and the 23rd on June. Taste of the Northwest is coming to Puyallup, 28th through the 30th. You thought I was kidding. I'm going to go through all of these events and make up for the last time. Let's see, what else do we have here? We have the Chamber of Commerce Red, White, and Kaboom coming up on July 3rd and the 4th. Puyallup Main Street Association is putting on a fantastic event for Fusion Music Festival coming up on July 20th. Everybody in the car community will be here for the Good Guys Car Show coming to the fairgrounds on the 26th through the 28th at the end of July. Let's see, what else did I miss? SIP Puyallup coming up August 10th. The fair is coming up. No, I won't go into that. Concerts in the park, Thursdays, they're coming up. Our amazing crew in City Parks and Rec put on an amazing event in our Pioneer Park coming up every Thursday here during the summer. Kids Noon Tunes concerts coming up as well. And then as well as our amazing outdoor movie nights in the park. So that is your summer event roundup here from yours truly.
Wow, you sound like a DJ.
Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, let's go to Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to circle back around the police and I had a chance to speak with, meet with a very large company here in our town. And the subject of our police force came up, and they were just so pleased that in spite of the jurisdictions in other areas where there seems to be a spirit of lawlessness and lack of accountability from certain officers because of their hands being tied, that Puyallup has still stepped up and always responded, even though they may have been limited on what they could do with state law. They still showed up, and that was a real testament to our heart and our support for our committee. So I was very proud, and they were very grateful even more to be located within the city of Puyallup boundaries. In fact, one particular gentleman lives in a Puyallup address, but not within the city limits, and he wants to relocate into the city limits just to be part of the police force security, and knowing that there's a police force that cares and shows up. So fantastic on that. Second thing I'll talk about is, the city manager mentioned it. I have heard rumor that there are some in the Metro Animal, I don't think city staff of Puyallup, but I've heard of some or other ones are talking about contracting this out to the Tacoma Humane Society or Pierce County Humane Society. I would be so vehemently against that proposal. It sounds good to do some regional, kind of pooling, but we all know how that ends up sometimes. It sounds good, and all of a sudden they control it, and we're not getting the kind of response or care for animals that we could be. So I would be vehemently against that. I think that the 5 cities or so that run that, we could solve that within ourselves. We don't need to contract this out. And so I hope there's a citizen uprising that says, no, we want to maintain control of our animal shelter within these 5 local jurisdictions, and we'll take care of that. We don't need to contract it out with Tacoma Pierce County. It's nothing against them. I just don't think it's the right choice, and I would certainly be against that. I also wanted to follow up and say that this Saturday night is the Puyallup Car Cruise. I don't think you mentioned that one. So that's this Saturday night. And so that's kind of big because it's local, right? And I don't know if you went to the one last month, but it was a really great turnout. The weather's supposed to be super nice. So a lot of folks just park their lawn chairs along the sidewalks and they cruise, and people just walk the sidewalks. It's really a great community event. So please come and reminisce and enjoy the cars and really as much just enjoy the people. Also wanted to specify the contest in the park in terms of a date. It's coming up on right after the 4th of July. So it's the first one starts in July 11th, and it runs every Thursday through August 29th. I looked at the list of bands playing, and they all look really good. And so I would encourage everyone to show up and be participating. It's such a great community event. Again, as I've mentioned, it's the highlight of my summer. It's such a great community vibe, and people show up by the hundreds. And then lastly, just want to say hi to Marla. Hi, Marla. That's it. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Johnson loves the concerts in the park, and that is an understatement. Let's now move on to Councilmember Whitting.
I don't have anything to add to these extensive lists, but I do have a comment to make. I go on the city calendar, and in the month of June, we have Meeker Days on 14th, 15th, and 16th listed, and then a celebration of pollinators events on the 15th. And we've got Red, White, and Kaboom listed on July 3rd, but all these other events are notably absent from our city calendar. And if we announce these things in our council meetings, I'm not very good at taking notes. So if I want to find out about one of these things we've mentioned, then I've got to go to the council website and listen to about 3 hours of council meeting to get to the thing I'm interested in, as opposed to just go into the calendar. So I would think it would be in our community's best interest to flesh out that calendar so that it's better. It shows all the events that we have, and it's easier to schedule around those events and know what they all are. Thank you.
Well noted. I think we will, rather than you watch 3 hours again of this, we'll make sure that we go through and make note of every single one of those, and we'll put them on the calendar as noted. With that, Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. I would like to start out and let Deputy Mayor King know that December 25th is Christmas. I was like, I said that thing.
He did miss that and
Excuse-
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I missed, well, I just wanted to throw something out there. All right. So, I want to thank the people that showed up today for the Pride Proclamation. And I know that, first of all, first and foremost, we have a duty to represent. And one of the people that spoke said that we are to represent all people. And I think it's really important. I want to commend Ellie. I remember the first time that I came to a council meeting and stood there to speak on an issue, and I was shaking, my voice was shaking. It was intimidating. You're the only person standing in the room. I don't know if you've ever noticed that. You go to Olympia, Mayor Castillo, you're seated, everybody's seated, but when you're standing right there, all eyes are on you and you're the only one standing. So, I spoke with her to share my respect for the fact that a 15-year-old was able to stand up before us and tell her story. And back when I-502 passed, I did not support it. I didn't like it. But, and we currently have a ban on the sales, but the city of Puyallup passed it. I was elected to represent the constituents, not put my view in front of what they had done. And so I voted against the ban. I hated that vote, but it was the right thing to do. I don't know why I'm looking at you, Talik. But we need to represent all of these people. We have 41% of the LGBTQ+ youth in 2023 considered suicide. And there is no way that I will stand by and not support one of our kids. And I appreciate that the council for the third year did pass this proclamation. And I think it is very important that they know they have people that will support them, represent them, and are there for them. On a happier, well, I am happy about that, but the suicide rate on that. And I know some individuals that have attempted that, and it's just not okay. And I can't, as a person who has a platform to sit here, not stand up for them. But moving on, I would like to, Hans is not here, but I'm gonna give my praise to Ken then on his behalf. Wildwood Park Drive sidewalk is awesome. I don't think that I can say that enough. It's so exciting to finally see that project getting to completion. And it's funny, people are loving it. They're so excited, that connection, Wildwood to Fruch, I mean, that whole side of the road, kids can get to school safely. So as much as I could, as I gently nudged on that project, I want to thank you and congratulations for getting that done to your department. So thanks, Ken.
Councilmember Adler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, my comments will be very brief. Thank you to our colleague, the deputy mayor. And the one thing that I noticed that he left out, Councilmember Johnson then picked up on. So I'm really 0 for 2 here, or 0 for 22. Yeah. But what I do really appreciate is that how in tune we all are and recognize the importance of every single event that goes on in our community. And I very much appreciate the desire for each council member to elevate those events, despite our banter up here. And I think that that's very special. Do want to thank everyone for coming out today for the proclamations, of course, the Pride Proclamation. And the one thing I will say is that and this is a statement and a theme that I have seen pretty consistently just over the few days here that we are in Pride Month, which is pride is important because there is someone out there tonight that thinks that being dead is better off than being themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Gilliam.
And you thought that I couldn't come up with more events happening in our community. Point of clarification, Deputy Mayor, did you say Fusion Fest was July 20th?
That's what the interwebs Google told me.
Oh, whoopsie daisy. It's actually the 21st.
Well, you should probably get that
And
fixed.
it is from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. in case the community wanted to clarify that. Also, happening in our very own Washington State Fair on June 14th. The Puyallup Digital Learning Center is having a graduation there at 5:30 p.m. Walker High School is having their graduation there on the 14th at 7:30 p.m. And on the 15th, Rogers High School is kicking it off at 9 a.m., then Emerald Ridge at 1 p.m. and Puyallup High School at 5 p.m. And as a teacher in the Puyallup School District, I'm very excited for those dates, and I'm very excited for our seniors and our emerging leaders of our community to be celebrated. And then I just got to close my comments with I'm very, very, very proud of our city staff and their dedication and their problem solving skills and managing the city really well. Steve Kirkley, thank you, city manager. Chief Scott Engel, thank you for empowering our officers to be the amazing detectives and collaborative workers that they are with other municipalities like the sheriff's department for that arrest. And then of course, Barbara for our finances. I'm just really, really, really proud of our city staff. And so I just want to highlight that. So thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of the council reports. I'm just going to add, I appreciate both the very serious issues brought up by council members and then other ones that add a little bit of levity too and announce the, it's kind of a mix of both sides here. So I appreciate your comments this evening. With that, I'm going to now announce that we're going to go into an executive session. The council will now recess into executive session to consider the selection of a site or the acquisition of real estate by lease or purchase. The executive session is expected to last 1 hour. Paul Romich, I know you're trying to make the 10 o'clock bus. You know, you might be able to make it. And no further action is expected following the executive session. So with that, we're now going to go to executive session. Thank you.
Good evening. The time is 9:37. The city clerk notes that Mayor Castma is extending the executive session for an additional 30 minutes. The executive session is currently scheduled to end at 10:10. Thank you. Good evening. The Puyallup City Clerk is announcing that Mayor Castma is extending the executive session an additional 30 minutes. The executive session is now scheduled to end at 10:40. The Puyallup City Clerk notes the time is 10:27 PM on Tuesday, June 4th, and the Puyallup City Council meeting is adjourned.